senior members that have been great role models for this group. First off, we have Sam Caffey. I have Jake Graves, and I think he's in the back right now, and we'll let that slide. And Reagan Harrison. Come out here.
You don't get out that.
Reagan Harrison. All right, we're going to start with our pledges, and I have Jesse Biltz with the first one.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, my health to better living, my club, my community, my country, my world.
Thank you, guys. This will be the first call for Angus Heifers. Please make your way to the makeup arena. First call, Angus Heifers. Can you?
So if the first class of Angus Heifers want to start making your way to the makeup ring, we'll get this started. Our judge this morning is Logan McFarridge. He's McFatridge. We'll get this right before the day's over, Logan. He's from Audubon, Indiana. He grew up on a cow-calf farm operation and raised purebred heifers and commercial cattle. He was a member of 2024 Purdue Livestock Judging Team, and he also served on the National Junior Heifer Association as chairman. His family raises show cattle, and they exhibit at shows nationwide. Let's welcome Logan, please. Class 1, entering the ring. Class 2 Charolais heifers and Class 3 composite Charolais heifers can make their way to the makeup.
Yeah.
Class 2 Charolais heifers, makeup ring, and Class 3 composite Charolais for the makeup ring, please.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Glad to be here, and I think it's going to be a great day. We got quite a few head of cattle here, but I think this is a great way to start off the show with some Angus heifers. That one's extremely long fronted. She's super long bodied, and she does get up and flex off them hind wheels, but I just like to stouten that one up a little bit, like to feel behind her shoulder and her forerib. Just give that one a little more. Young man's doing a great job. Like to turn that one up a little bit. And move off them back too, just a tick better, but that's a good heifer, so congratulations.
And champion Angus heifer is Ella Stewart, and she'll receive a garment bag from Indiana Farm Insurance Agent Dana Whitcamper. And reserve is Tessa Moeller, and she will receive money from the Riley Award. Oh, and also Ella will receive money from the Riley Award for champion. champion Charlet heifer receives a garment bag. It's sponsored by Farm Credit Mid-America. I need class 4 Canadian heifers to make their way to the makeup ring.
Just a single entry out here in the Charlet show, and this young man's doing an absolutely amazing job out here showing this female. I think this is one that could actually stand a little bit of competition, even if she wasn't a single entry. I like this one's flex off her hind wheel. I think she's got a great set to her hind leg. This one's deep, super powerful, super wide about everywhere. If I was maybe just to change one and maybe refine her up through her head and neck just a tick, but I think when the one comes with that much power, it's hard to complain too much about it. So this young man's doing a great job. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place Charlet heifer belongs to Jake Grace. Charlet composite. Charlet composite champion will receive a garment bag sponsored by Walrus Fire Service.
Just another single in the class, but I think the single thing's doing a great job. I know the heckers want to get a little antsy for her when they go off the ring, but I think it's a pretty nice heifer. I think she's pretty complete. She's got some depth of body. She's got some muscle to her. If I was to speak her a little bit, like a lot of her she's got a lot of sounding pretty good. She wants to fit a little bit. So I just chase that out. I think that's something in the law, but
Champion composite Charlet, Adeline Cruisman. Class 4 Canadian heifers entering the ring. Class 5 Hereford heifers need to make it to the makeup ring. Champion Kianina heifer this morning will receive a garment bag sponsored by First Financial Bank.
Super nice class of females out here. There's 3 of them, but there's just one that kind of hit me right out of the gate. As soon as she walks in the ring, kind of cocks off her head, and you just get a really good look from her. That one's super deep and maternal about the center portion of her body. She's actually got a substantial amount of muscle for how feminine she is up front. If I was to change that one, I'd maybe just change her in her front end design. I like to give that one a little more angle to her shoulder, maybe tighten that up, make it a little smoother transitioning into her neck. But I think that's an awfully nice female to start off the class. Congratulations to him. I think the young lady's heifer just gotten kind of a tough class. I think that one is super deep bodied, got some shape to her center portion of her rib. I think that one's got an awful lot of muscle, but just maybe isn't refined. As feminine as the one that comes ahead of her, it's just not as showy and doesn't have those eye-appealing features. So young man's that comes out third. If I was to change that one a little bit, I would agree that it would be his shoulder. I think that one gets a little bold in his shoulder. It might be the widest part of that calf's body. Like to bust that one open in its full rib. It's got a lot of muscle, but maybe just gets a little restricted off that rear end as well. Congratulations to those young exhibitors.
Placings in Class 5 are Brenner Schutte, first place, Jesse Biltz, second place, and Grant Biltz, third place. Class 5 Hereford Heifers entering the ring. Class 6 Tessa Moeller maintainer heifers to the makeup ring. Our champion Hereford heifer this morning will receive a garment bag and a monetary award sponsored in memory of Gary Walder from Karen Walder and family. Class 6 and Class 7 be making your way to the makeup ring.
Awfully nice set of Hereford heifers we have here, and as a Hereford breeder, it does make you super excited when you see one this good come out of a county fair in Indiana. Makes you really pumped up about the breed, but this one's just a super complete female. I think she's sound and just moves around the ring with a bunch of flexibility and ease. I like this one's front end. She's got an awfully sleek neck on her, deep maternal, a lot of spring of rib. I think that's just an awfully complete female, and that young lady should be proud about exhibition. I think the heifer coming out in second just maybe gotten a little bit tougher of a class. That one's just a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work. I think that one gets a little deeper in her chest floor. I'd like to see that one deepen down in the center portion of her body. But awfully nice job that young man does showing. So congratulations to them.
Hereford heifers, first place went to Ava Doig, and second place went to Hudson Muckerhide. We have entering one exhibit, Tessa Moeller, maintainer heifer.
Just another single entry class out here, but I think that's one that has a lot of unique pieces about her. I think she's super long and feminine up through her front 1/3, but past that, I think that one's got a ton of mass and power, sets it down on a big set of feet and legs. Maybe to change that one ever so slightly, she gets a little high in her top line on the move, just like to relax her a little bit there in front of her hip. But other than that, good female. Congratulations to her.
Maintainer heifer champion is Tessa Moeller. She'll receive a garment bag sponsored by Cobra Fertilizer. Shorthorn heifers be making their way to the makeup ring.
another nice single entry, and I think this is probably one of the best cow prospects we've seen all day. Super maternal in her features. She's deep-bodied, got a lot of center rib, but still has enough freshness up through her front 1/3. Maybe just gets a little tick big in her shoulder. I'd like to see her relax a little bit on her rear pastern. She wants to pop this show side a little bit every once in a while when she's moving, but I think a really nice heifer. Super good cow prospect. Congratulations to that young man.
Champion Red Angus goes to Sam Caffey, and he will be receiving a garment bag sponsored by Cobra Fertilizer. Shorthorn heifers. Class 9 Shorthorn Plus heifers make it to the makeup ring, and Class 10 Sim Solutions.
Another single entry out here, and I think she's actually a little contrary to the last class because this one is just a straight show heifer, and she's pretty good at it too. This one's super long up through her front end, long body, got a excellent set to her hind leg. Where I'd maybe want to give this one a little more is actually in her rib shape. I think she could actually stand another bucket of water before she hits the ring. Just like to blow her out a little bit in the center portion of her body, but I think that's a super nice, sound female. Young lady does a great job showing her. Congratulations to you.
Champion Shorthorn heifer goes to Leah Bowdy, and she will receive a chair sponsored by Cobra Fertilizer. Class 11 Sim Solutions can make their way to the makeup ring.
just another single entry, and you guys just keep bringing me good ones. I think this one's an awfully complete female. I mean, she's deep, maternal. She's cool up through her front 1/3. She's sound enough on the move. Maybe just want to give this one a shot more power in terms of her lower stifle. She has an awful lot of set to her hind leg, which I'm not too offended by, but awfully nice heifer this young lady brings out. Congratulations to her.
Champion Shorthorn Plus heifer goes to Victoria Coors, and she will receive a chair sponsored by Smyrna Guys and Gals 4-H Club in memory of Adam Holtkamp. Sim Solutions in ring.
A little bit younger of a heifer this young lady brings us, but I think one that's pretty just good overall. I'd say this one does have some spring to her ribs. She's cool fronted, extremely long in terms of her front end, long body. Maybe just want to change this one. She does funnel narrow to the ground, coming at me and going away. That one gets a little tight in there between her legs, but I think that's just a nice female. She'll grow into a nice show prospect to that young lady, so congratulations to you.
Class 10 Sim Solutions, first place goes to Peyton Coors. Class 11 Sim Solutions is coming in the ring. Class 12 AOB heifers, make your way to the makeup ring.
class of Simmental Sim Solution females, but I think the one that starts out is just a super complete, well-balanced female. I think she's got a lot of length and extension up front. She's got a super feminine head shape to her. That one drops down to a deep center body, a lot of Springer rib. If I was to change that one, she just needs to move a little better off of them hind wheels. Tends to pop out here a little bit and have a lot of set to those, but pretty nice female overall. So congratulations to that young man. Second heifer coming out just gets into a little bit of a tougher class. I think that one gets a little deeper in terms of her chest forward, a little shallower in her body shape. Like to change that one in terms of the angle to her hip and hind leg. I think that one slopes off an awful lot out of her hip. So congratulations to those two.
First place in Class 11 Sim Solutions is Mason Bowdy, and second is Hudson Muckerhide. We'll be showing for our champion Sim Solution, Peyton Coors from Class 10 and Mason Bowdy from Class 11.
I think two nice classes that come out to represent the breed champion, but I think they're a little different in terms of their type and kind. This one maybe just a little bit more of a cow prospect up front. I'd like to see that one a little wider as she goes, but nice cow prospect, that one coming out second. That's coming out of that first class. The one coming out of the second, just a little bit bigger, more complete female, but I just like a little bit more. So he's going to go ahead and be your breed champion. Congratulations to him. Bring the second out.
Probably just.
Mason Bowdy will be your champion Sim Solution heifer, and he will receive a garment bag sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions. We need Hudson's second place Sim Solution heifer.
Okay.
Class 13 crossbred heifers can be making your way to the makeup ring.
I'd say for reserve consideration, it might get just a little closer. For me, I'd like to fix both of these heifers a little bit in terms of their structure, but I think they're both pretty nice females, good prospects for these young individuals going on into the future. Sure appreciate both of them for being out here. With that being said, the young lady's going to be your reserve, so congratulations to her.
Victoria Kors will be your reserve champion sim solution effort. Class 12 AOB is now entering the ring.
I think a little bit tougher of a class out here, and it's just tough because they're a little different in all their types and kinds. I think the heifer that I'm ultimately going to go with just puts the most right things together. I think this one might be the soundest off either end of her skeleton, has the most flexibility and most set to her legs. I'd say this one maybe doesn't have the most muscle shape or most rib shape in the class, but I think it's a feminine heifer that just has the right angles for me, so she'll ultimately win the class. Congratulations to you. Young man brings out a heifer that at first glance, I thought this one might be the one that wins the class. She's just got that much more mass and power in terms of center portion of her body. But the longer she's out here, I think that one gets a little more vertical off either end of her skeleton. I think that one drops out of her hip a little bit. I think we just need to sound that one up, and she can be awfully in contention for this class. So she'll be second. Young lady's heifer coming out in third. Just a tick more moderate of a female. Like to give that one a little more shot of power and bone. I think that one needs a little more substance in terms of her lower stifle, but I think it's an awfully nice female. That one's going to be a good cow prospect in the future. Congratulations to you three.
First place, AOB, goes to Ellie Grody. Second place to Zeke Dillon with his April 2nd heifer. And third is also Zeke Dillon's with his April 25th heifer. Champion AOB heifer will receive a garment bag from Greensburg Power of the Past. Now entering the ring is Class 13 crossbred heifers. Class 14 crossbred heifers in the makeup ring.
think maybe just a little bit more of a challenging class for her. I think all three of these calves can stand a little more time at the feed bunk. I think a lot of them need a little more substance, a little more power to them. I think they just need to all have a little more body shape, but I think this one coming out on the end here, probably just the most complete female at the stage of this stage of their growth and development. I think this one's got the most depth of body, probably just puts all the right pieces together. Maybe just a little more just power and shape to that one as well. So congratulations to that young man. The heifer coming out in second, a little bit of a cooler colored heifer. I think this one looks a little bit more like a black Hereford, and certainly cool to see that in the ring, but maybe just one that could use a shot more rib shape, needs to be a little deeper in the center portion of her body, but relatively sound individual. So we'll go ahead and ride her second. The one coming out in third, I think it actually helped to moderate this one a little bit. I think she gets a little taller and subsequently makes her look a little shallower in terms of her body shape. I'd like to fix that one up in terms of her hooks to pins, maybe level her out a little bit. But this one just needs a little more time to grow and develop before she can hit the ring again. So congratulations to those exhibitors.
Peyton, would you want to come back to the makeup ring? First place in Class 13 crossbred heifers is Peyton Marshall. Reagan Jones is second, and Kinley Jones is third. Class 14 crossbred heifers. Class 15 crossbred heifers to the makeup ring.
another challenging class, and I think this one comes with a lot of different types and kinds, but I'll just opt for probably the most practical female here. I think this one's functional on her feet and legs. I think she's extremely balanced, maybe not the most flashy or cowy one we have had today, but I think she just puts together the right pieces. Just the most complete female for me today. Congratulations to that young man. I think the heifer coming in second. This one does have a lot of muscle power stepping behind this one. She's probably got the biggest stifle out of all of them. Maybe just want to make this one a little bit bigger. I think she's a tick moderate in terms of her frame size. Still one that's pretty functional off her hip and hind leg. So congratulations to you. Probably second in the class today. Young lady I'm going to bring out third here with the slicker haired heifer. Maybe just want to give that one a shot more bone, shot more power. I think that one's probably a little more Angus bred, but that one is just a nice female. She's going to make a nice cow for that young lady. Young man coming out next, super muscular heifer, one that's got a lot of bone, sets it down relatively good. Got a lot of set to that hind leg. If I was to change that one gets up in her top line when she's on the move. Maybe just like to refine her in terms of her head shape and neck, but nice female for that young man. Heifer that's going to ground out the class. I wouldn't be disappointed in this one at all. This one's got a lot of frame size, super long bodied, long fronted heifer. Maybe just needs more time at the feed pan. Like to deepen that one up, give her a shot more muscle to get any higher in the class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place goes to Marvin Maurer. Second place goes to Even Seifert. Third place goes to Macy Kinker. Fourth is Levi Biltz, and fifth is Macy Comer. Now, class 15 crossbred heifers will be entering the ring.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, Secretary-Treasurer Carol Narwald, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing. The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
I think an interesting pair we have up here in the top of the class, and they're just a little bit different. And I'd say their stages and also the condition where they're brought to us in. I think ultimately the one I'm going to go ahead and lead off with. This heifer has the most mass, the most power. She's the deepest body. Is she perfect off her hind leg? I'd say no. She does want to get a little poppy in there every once in a while. Probably isn't the most refined and feminine up through her head and neck, but when you have that much power, that's going to be the consequence of that, unfortunately. But good heifer that young man's bringing us. I was debating putting this one first in the class. I think this one's just a little bit more functional, a little more maternal. I think this one's good off of her feet and legs. Just doesn't have quite the mass, the power, and the show ring appeal as that one that goes ahead of him. But unfortunately, this one just ran into that good class because this one would have won a lot of them today. But congratulations to the young man. I'm excited to get him back here on the champion drive. Good heifer coming out in third. I think this one does have a lot of sweep to that rib. I think she's deep bodied. Where I'd like to change this one a little bit is she gets a little vertical up through her shoulder. I think this one also has a lot of set to her hind leg. Maybe actually like to straighten her out a little bit on either end. But good heifer coming out in third. Young lady, this is a good heifer, and I wouldn't be disappointed that you're at the end of this lineup because you just got in a really tough class. But I think still a good functional female. It's going to make a great cow. That one just dips a little bit in terms of her loin. I'd like to see that one set it down on more circumference of foot and bone, but good heifer to round out the class. Congratulations to them.
First place in Class 15 crossbred heifers is Grady Harrison. Second place is Bentley Sager. Third place is Marvin Maurer. And fourth is Lula Webb. We need all of our first place and second place crossbred heifers. Bring the first.
The backbone of America has been built on handshakes. In a handshake, there is trust, honesty, and the mutual commitment to building a long-lasting relationship. At Farm Credit Mid-America, we remain true to those principles. And while the world around us may be changing, we remain focused on securing the future of rural communities and agriculture. One home, one farm, and one business at a time.
Do you think haggling over a price is fun? Do you like matching negotiating wits with a salesperson? If so, then you shouldn't buy a water softener from Aqua Systems, because we believe you should know the price up front in a low-pressure environment. After all, you're the customer, and you should be treated like one, not an adversary. Stop by an Aqua Systems store or give us a call and see how we treat you with fairness. It's why 9 out of 10 people who talk to us buy from us. Visit aquasystems.com to learn more.
Talk to the folks at Moffitt's Aqua Systems, 663-8288.
At the Napoleon State Bank, they're more than just a bank, they're your neighbors. Since 1903, they've proudly served Ripley and Decatur counties, offering checking, savings, and loan services designed with you in mind. Whether you're saving for the future or buying your dream home, their friendly team is here to help every step of the way. Come visit them today and experience the difference of banking with a community partner who cares. The Napoleon State Bank, not your typical bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I think a lot of different shapes, a lot of different colors. So it's always good to see some variation. Heifer that comes out of the first class, just in that single class, she was probably the most complete female for me. I'd like to change that one a little bit in terms of her structure. I'd like to give her a shot more mass, power, but that one's just a little bit small. So keep feeding that one. You're going to have a good prospect going on in the future. Heifer out of the second class, again, was just a practical one that just combined the most pieces. I think that one's feminine enough. She's pretty complete. Just a nice female for that one. Maybe not just as showy as some of the other ones we have out here, but nice female. Female out of the third class was a really tough class to win. I think that one has the most mass, most power out of pretty much anything we've seen today. Is she perfect off her hind leg? No, but that one is probably the most showy one we've seen out here. So she'll go ahead and be your breed champion today. Congratulations to that young man.
Bentley, we need your second place. Champion crossbred heifer goes to Grady Harrison, and he will receive a chair sponsored by Holcamp Family Land and Livestock in memory of Adam Holcamp.
Katie Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years.
Bringing that second place out of that class back out here, I think again that was just a super complete female. That one's super functional in terms of her structure. I think that one's going to make a great cow prospect for that young man in the future. She's going to go ahead and be your reserve. Congratulations.
Conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
The reserve champion crossbred heifer goes to Billings Sagaster. Now we're ready for our grand champion heifer drive. Angus, we have Ella Stewart. Charlay, we have Jake Graves. Adeline Cruzman with Composite Charlay. Kianina, Brenner Schutte. Ava Doig, Hereford. Tessa Muller, maintainer. Red Angus, Sam Caffey. Leah Bowdy, Shorthorn.
Victoria Shores.
Shorthorn Plus, Victoria Coors. Sim Solution is Peyton Coors.
Mason. Sim Solution.
Oh, excuse me, is Mason Sim Solution, Mason Bowdy. And AOB is Ella Grody. And Crossbred
Grady Harris.
is Grady Harrison. While our judge is sorting these out, we've got several awards for the Grand Champion Heifer. A rotating trophy in memory of Nancy Mama Crosby. We also have another rotating trophy sponsored by Thompson Family. A Grand Champion Heifer table sponsored by the Decatur County Cattlemen's. The banner is sponsored by Floyd Wirt and ABS. A Grand Champion Heifer bag is sponsored by Meyer Family Shorthorns.
The backbone of America has been built on handshakes. In a handshake, there is trust, honesty, and a mutual commitment to building a long-lasting relationship. At Farm Credit Mid-America, we remain true to those principles And while the world around us may be changing, we remain focused on securing the future of rural communities and agriculture. One home, one farm, and one business at a time.
Pavey Stockyards, a locally owned and operated business for over 70 years, is currently buying all classes of livestock. Located at 324 West McKee Street in Greensburg, Pavey's has a rich history in Decatur County. Pavey's stockyard owner Alan Meyer, along with cattle buyer Carl Meyer, Secretary-Treasurer Carol Narwald, conduct business daily and invite you to call 812-663-4611 for current pricing.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
I know we got a ring full and it's pretty hard to move around here, but I think this is an absolutely outstanding group of females, and the quality has been extremely good all day. So give these young exhibitors a nice big hand. We got a lot of heifers out here, so I'm not going to go talk them one by one, or else we'd be here all day, and I don't want to do that to you. So I would just think there's a few heifers out here that really caught my eye as soon as they hit the ring. You're going to see them here in a second. I'm just going to go out and get your champion. I think we're going down to 5th. Just 2. All right. That makes my decision even harder. So I'll go out here and get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations to everyone. It's been a great heifer show all day.
Do you think haggling over a price is fun? Do you like matching negotiating wits with a salesperson? If so, then you shouldn't buy a water softener from Aqua Systems, because we believe you should know the price up front in a low-pressure environment. After all, you're the customer, and you should be treated like one, not an adversary. Stop by an Aqua Systems store or give us a call and see how we treat you with fairness. It's why 9 out of 10 people who talk to us buy from us. Visit aquasystems.com to learn more.
Talk to the folks at Moffitt's Aqua Systems, 663-8288.
And reserve champion, grand champion heifer goes to Grady Harrison. And he will receive a table sponsored by the Decatur County Cattlemen's and also a banner sponsored by Ripco Risk Management.
The backbone of America has been built on handshakes. In a handshake, there is trust, honesty, and a mutual commitment to building a long-lasting relationship. At Farm Credit Mid-America, we remain true to those principles. And while the world around us may be changing, we remain focused on securing the future of rural communities and agriculture. One home, one farm, and one business at a time.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
Hampton Reserve. I think the heifer that's up front right now, I think this one maybe gets a little plainer up to her front 1/3, but when that young lady gets her set up, I think that heifer gives you a lot better look up to her front 1/3. I think that one's sound structurally. I think she's built correct. Still good enough body for this stage of the game, so that's a nice heifer. Heifer that is on this end has a little bit more wild pieces to her. I think that one's super long and extended up to her front 1/3. I think that one's got a ton of muscle, ton of bone and shape. I think two different types of cattle. Still think they're going to be great projects for these kids going into the future. I'm going to pick your young man for champion, and the young lady will be reserve.
The champion starter calf heifer goes to Emmett Evans, and Isabel Scudder is reserved. Our Grand Champion Starter Calf award is sponsored by Greensburg Soy Processors. They will also receive a banner from Hoshbach Dairy Farm and an insulated tumbler sponsored by Seymour Milling Company. And our Reserve award is sponsored by Seymour Milling Company, and they will receive a banner from Whipco Risk Management and an insulated tumbler also from Seymour Milling Company. We're ready for our first class of starter steers, class 18.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Live from the Decatur County Fair 2026 Beef Show. Looks like some of our participants are struggling with their babies today. Gentlemen are hard to train on the leash. They tend to be very stubborn at this young age. But the handlers are doing a good job. The ring stewards are helping them. They can be on the other end of the spectrum and be so aggressive that you can't control them, but I suppose it's better to have calm and slow than jumping and aggressive.
At the Napoleon State Bank, they're more than just a bank. They're your neighbors. Since 1903, they've proudly served Ripley and Decatur counties, offering checking, savings, and loan services designed with you in mind. Whether you're saving for the future or buying your dream home, their friendly team is here to help every step of the way. Come visit them today and experience the difference of banking with a community partner who cares. The Napoleon State Bank, not your typical bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And I think the one that comes out and ends up winning the class, I think this one's extremely good in a lot of ways. I think this one's extremely functional in his feet and legs. Get behind him. He actually has a surprising amount of power. I think he's square up high. I think that's just a nice built calf that's going to have a bright future ahead of him. So congratulations to that young lady. The calf that comes out in second, I think, is kind of similar in terms of his type and kind. Maybe not just built as smooth as the one ahead of him. Maybe a little bolder in that shoulder, just dips a little bit in his loin on the go. But I think that's still a functional, muscular calf that's going to be a nice feeder for that young man down the road. So congratulations. Calf that's going to go ahead and come out third. Maybe just doesn't piece it together quite as well as the ones that come ahead of him. Maybe like to see that one stoutened up and squared up a little bit in terms of his hip. But a nice functional calf for that young lady. The one that's going to round out the class, unfortunately, is just the smallest one today. A little flatter in terms of its rib shape and muscle shape. Just like to see that one go off at both ends a little smoother, but just doesn't want to cooperate quite as well today. But congratulations to that young lady on a nice steer.
Evan Stewart, second. Third was Reagan Jones, and fourth was Mason Comer.
Do you think haggling over a price is fun? Do you like matching negotiating wits with a salesperson? If so, then you shouldn't buy a water softener from Aqua Systems, because we believe you should know the price up front in a low-pressure environment. After all, you're the customer, and you should be treated like one, not an adversary. Stop by an Aqua Systems store or give us a call and see how we treat you with fairness. It's why 9 out of 10 people who talk to us buy from us. Visit aquasystems.com to learn more.
Talk to the folks at Moffitt's Aqua Systems, 663-8288.
The Jackman Animal Clinic in Milroy is a full-service veterinary clinic that has been serving southeastern Indiana since 1979. They're committed to providing high-quality and compassionate veterinary care throughout the life of your pet or livestock. Their services and facilities are designed to assist in routine preventive care for healthy pets and farm animals, early detection and treatment of disease as your animal ages, and complete medical and surgical veterinary care as necessary during his or her lifetime. Open weekdays 8 to 5 and Saturdays 8 to noon. Jackman Animal Clinic is located at 700 East Main Street in Milroy. Phone 765-629-2134 or see them online at jackmananimalclinic.com.
Another nice class of feeders, steers, but I think the one that's going to go ahead and win, cool colored steer actually, and he has a little bit of an issue with his ear. I don't know if it was frostbite or he just doesn't like keeping tags in, but he's got a little miss in there, but not going to hold that against it today because I think he's the most balanced and complete steer of the class. He's the one that has the most muscle shape when you get up on top of him. He has the most lower stifle as well. Good functional steer that's going to go ahead and win. Congratulations to that young lady. One coming out in second, just has a little bit more power, a little bit more growth to that one than I'd say the one in third. Yes, that one is bigger, but I think in terms of true muscle shape and width, I think that one actually just excels a little more. The one coming out in third, a little bit more growthy in terms of actual height, but unfortunately stepping behind that one just lacks a little bit of muscle shape that I'm looking for. Yes, that one's the deepest spot and has the most rib shape, but unfortunately I'd like to see a little more power and punch in that one to move it up. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management brings over 90 years of experience and industry knowledge to you and your operation. Whether it's assisting you with selling your farm or providing you with farm management solutions, serving our clients remain our priority. Whether it's equipment, agricultural real estate, recreational real estate, or even that rural residential housing, Halderman can help. Contact us today at halderman.com.
At the Napoleon State Bank, they're more than just a bank. They're your neighbors. Since 1903, they've proudly served Ripley and Decatur counties, offering checking, savings, and loan services designed with you in mind. Whether you're saving for the future or buying your dream home, their friendly team is here to help every step of the way. Come visit them today and experience the difference of banking with a community partner who cares. The Napoleon State Bank, not your typical bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
two steers out here that I think are very good for their respective classes, and I would congratulate these young ladies on raising these things because they do look pretty good today, and I project they're going to look that good in the future as well. The one that came out of that first class, the red one, I probably like the way that one's tailhead sits in him a little better. I think he's a little stouter pin. I think that one moves awfully well off either end. Good front on that one, so I think that's an awfully complete steer. So that one's a good one up front. The one that comes out of that second class, I think, is more just a meat animal type of steer. That one would be real good as a big feeder. I think that one's going to hold together, and he might actually put on more pounds than the one that comes up in the first class. But I think it's just a complete steer. Got some neat pieces to him. I think the young lady out of the first class has got to be the champion, so congratulations to her. It'll be a nice steer going on into the future, but I do think the young lady out of the second class is going to end up being a reserve. Congratulations. Nice steer.
Audrey Seifert will be your reserve champion starter steer, and she will receive an award sponsored by Experience Ag. And the banner sponsored by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, Jake Maddox Agency. And an insulated tumbler sponsored by Seymour Milling Company. We're going to take a few pictures and break half an hour for lunch. And just remember, there's ribeyes on the south side of the building. We'll break for lunch and start back up at 12 o'clock noon. First thing we'll do after lunch is our 10-year members. So 10-year members, right at 12 o'clock, make your way to the show arena. We have 5 minutes till we need our 10-year beef members at the show arena. We have 5 minutes. Would our 10-year beef members please come to the show arena, please? Sam, you back there in the barn?
Here he comes. All right, Dennis. You going with me? Okay, we're going to do our 10-year member recognition now, and I can't express how super proud I am of all three of these kids. I've seen them since they started all the way till their 10th year. They are great role models for everybody in the beef barn and throughout this livestock barn period. First off, we have Sam Caffey. Is this Reagan's? Reagan Harrison.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And last but not least, Jay Graves. Thank you guys. Give them a great big round of applause.
We're ready to start our market show. First class will be market heifers. Come to the makeup ring. And our Angus market animals can head this way too. Good afternoon, everyone. This is our market portion of our beef show, and this afternoon our judge will be Logan McFatridge. He's from Audubon, Indiana. He grew up on a cow-calf operation raising purebred heifers and commercial cattle. He was a member of the 2024 Purdue Livestock Judging Team, yay Raw Purdue. He also served as the National Junior Hereford Association Chairman. His family raised the show cattle that he has exhibited at all shows nationwide. Let's welcome Logan, please.
Got him? 3. Oh.
Class 21 are Angus steers. Make their way to the makeup ring. Class 22 Charolais also make it to the makeup ring.
I think a real nice way to start off the market show. I think the one that just puts all the pieces together for me in a better package would be the predominantly black heifer up front. I think that one actually, for being a little bit lighter weight, that one still has a tremendous amount of muscle on the top side of its skeleton, wide up top, wide from behind, still sets it down on a very comfortable hind leg, has a lot of circumference of bone, so appreciate that one. Very solid heifer. Congratulations. Heifer that's going to come next probably has just a little bit more true muscle shape and power compared to the one that'll follow her. That one I like to change its hind leg design a little bit. I know market show you don't traditionally focus a lot on structure, but you still want to make these things get to the feed bunk at the end of the day. Maybe change that one up a little bit, maybe turn her down her tail head, but still a nice heifer calf. The one that's going to come out in third, just a little, she's muscled up a little bit. I mean, she's a little narrower from behind. I'd like to give that one a shot more power, a little more depth of body, and I'd also like to see her move a little better on both ends. She tends to get a little straight, but congratulations to those exhibitors.
First place, Market Heifer, Adeline Kreisman. Second place, Lula Webb. Third place is Caroline Harrison. Market, Angus. Our champion Market Heifer received a chair sponsored by Holcamp Family Land and Livestock in memory of Adam Holcamp.
Nice class of Angus steers, and I think that two of them match up relatively well to each other. I think these are both big fat steers that have a lot of potential to them when they hit the rail. I think these are two great examples of what you'd want to see going into a feedlot, but they also got a lot of presence to them as well. I think they're both structurally sound enough for me. I think they both have some look to them when you get them set up. I think this one just might be a little square built, a little more muscle on the top side of him, right out of the back side of his shoulder meets my hand with a little more red meat. So I think I'm going to go stick with the more safer option. That one's just got more muscle mass, a little more power, and he's stepping behind him. They're both really nice animals. The one that comes second just gives up a little bit much to the one up front. So congratulations to those good Angus steers.
Haley Stewart has champion market animal Angus, and Alice Stewart has reserve. They will receive a boot bag from Nutrient Ag Solutions and Riley Monetary Award. And the reserve will also have a monetary award from the Riley.
Who's just helping you?
Yeah, I wasn't checking. Ready for Charolais, please. Champion Charolais will receive a chair sponsored by Cobra Fertilizer.
Nice single entry this young lady brings. I think it's a steer that bounces up really well. I think he's proportionate from the side. I think he's got plenty of muscle shape up high and from behind. Is he the most coordinated animal off his hind too? I wouldn't say so. He wants to funnel narrow to the ground, wants to click them rear heels a little bit, but still a nice steer, good single entry. Congratulations to her.
Champion Charolais goes to Grace Nobby. We're ready for our key market animal. Our champion key will receive a boot bag sponsored by Cobra Fertilizer. Dairy Beef, please come to the makeup ring. We have 2 classes.
Another nice single entry. Young lady's doing a great job showing this steer out here. For me, maybe just a tick moderate in his overall size. I think his end point's going to be a little sooner than some of the steers we've seen in classes before, but still pretty nice, relatively balanced show steer. Gives you some good looks up front. If I was to change him a little bit, I'd like to just give him a tick more frame size. I think he buckles over in his knee ever so slightly. Just want to free him up on either end of his skeleton, but nice job just showing that steer. Congrats.
Our champion key is Kirsten Friesman. class 28 can be working your way to the makeup ring. Excuse me on my part. Class 26, Red Angus, come to the makeup ring. We've got class 25, Gary Beef, and then Champion. So we've got a few singles, so be ready to roll.
Nice class of steers, and I think we have two up front that relatively complement each other. I think the one that we're going to ultimately go ahead and sort up to the top, I think that one's the one with the most meat on top of it. I mean, that one has the most muscle shape up high. That one's probably got the most rib and depth of body to it. I think that's just a nice steer to start off the class. I think the one that comes in second, maybe want to change it a little bit in terms of its structure. I think it dips a little bit from hooks to pins. Maybe just not as much meat on top of that one, not as much true muscle mass, but a very nice pair of steers that I think complement each other very well. Congratulations to you guys. I think the steer coming out in third, he is a little bit bigger than the other ones in terms of his frame size. I think this one's still got a lot of depth of body, Springer's rib. Get up on top of him is probably the biggest fault I find. That one gets a little narrow up top and wants to slant off there. Congratulations. And then that one coming out the class, the big framey type of steer. The young man's doing a great job showing this one, but just maybe doesn't have kind of the parts and pieces of the other ones. Gets a little shallower in terms of the body shape, doesn't have as much muscle up high. Congratulations to them. Let's give them a nice big round of applause.
First place in class 24 goes to Brody Badel. Second place is Kason Badel. Third is Hannah Fuel. And fourth is Knox Whipple. Our second class of Gary Beef. Both are Hannah Fuel.
another nice class of dairy steers, and I think the one that's going to go ahead and win, probably a little more to his end point. I'd say this one's got substantially a lot more shape out of the backside of his shoulder. I think this one's super long, extended. I think this one's also pretty flexible on the move as well. I think I'd compliment both of these steers for being sound structurally. They both get around the ring extremely well. That one just excels a little bit more in terms of muscle shape. Still compliments to this young man doing a great job showing, but just got a little out horse today in this class, but congratulations to you.
Class 25 dairy beef is Hannah Fuel with her 1,377 pound dairy beef. And Hannah Fuel was second with her 1,200 pounds, shown by Brenner Schutte. Class 27, want to make your way to the makeup ring, Shorthorn Market, Animus. Champion Dairy Beef will receive a boot bag from Hoshbach Dairy Farm.
I think in the dairy drive, it's two very good individuals that come out here and represent the breed. I'd say both of them are pretty sound. Both of them are very balanced in their own respective sites. I would just say I'm probably going to go with the one just a little take more power, more muscle, and more towards the end point. That's going to be the young lady down at the end. She'll be your champion.
Thank you.
Hannah Fuel has champion dairy beef.
I think the reserve, it gets a little closer. Obviously, these animals are a little different in terms of their frame size, so it's a little harder to compare them. I think both of them are pretty complete individuals. The kids have done a great job showing them out here, getting them to the ring, and trying to get these animals finished on time. So with that being said, I'm actually going to go back to the lightweight for your reserve. Congratulations.
Brody Madel has a reserve champion dairy beef. We're ready for Red Angus marking animals. Our champion Red Angus market animal this afternoon will receive a boot bag sponsored by Cove Fertilizer.
Just a single entry here in this class, and this young man brings us a little bit more of a moderate steer, but I actually think it actually fits him pretty well. I think he balances up relatively good. I think he's nothing too extreme up front, but he's still clean in his chest floor, still clean up under his jaw. I think that one's got a lot of muscle shape up high. He's super wide, still carries that down into a stout stifle. So good steer. Congratulations on your class winner.
Sam Cathy has your Red Angus market animal champion. We're ready for Shorthorn market animals. Class 28 Shorthorn Plus, come to the makeup ring. Our Shorthorn market animal will receive a chair sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions this afternoon.
I think you get out here in your Shorthorn division. I think you got some steers that are a little bit different in their types and kinds. I think the one I'm going to go ahead and start with is about to his prime level. He's right at 12 o'clock. You actually get your hands on this one, and he has a ton of shape on the back side of his skeleton. I think this one actually handles pretty firm for being how fat he is. I think this one's getting up to the point where he's about to hit that prime. So nice steer, maybe not the most coordinated off his hind legs, but you just got so much red meat there, so much depth, so much body. That's a good steer, so congratulations. One that's going to come up second maybe just doesn't hold everything together quite as well. I think he gets a little sloppier up through his front 1/3. He's, again, not as coordinated as well, but just doesn't pack as much of a uniform finish over him. I think this one can actually stand a little bit more fat, a little bit more muscle up there. So nice steer, but congratulations to you.
Champion Shorthorn goes to Isabel Scudder And reserve champion goes to Garrett Scudder. Our Shorthorns will receive a chair sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions. Class 29, please come to the makeup ring. And class 30.
Just another single entry out here. I think this one's just a little bit smaller of a steer compared to the other ones we've seen. Still one that's got some shape, some power, but maybe just like to change him in a few ways. I'd like to give him a little more depth to the center portion of his body compared to how much finish he's got up top. I think he's going to be done a little fast for his maturity. I'd like to see that one have a little more flex off his hind wheels. He gets awfully straight on those two on the go. But other than that, good steer. Congratulations. Our Simmental market animal will receive a boot bag sponsored by Farm Credit Mid-America. Another nice single entry, and I think when this young lady sets this steer up and gets him parked, I think he does paint a very good picture. I think he's up-headed. I think he's extremely balanced. He's got some depth of body, rib shape, and he's also got some muscle up high. Where I see a problem with him is he's extremely wide, but he likes to get outside of his skeleton when he set him into motion. He wants to swing them hind legs out a little bit more. If he moved a little freely off of those hind legs, he'd be a really good steer. So still is a great exhibition. Congratulations to that young exhibitor. Brimley Doig has your Simmental market animal champion. AOB is entering the ring. Immediately after the crossbred market animals, if you have a breed champion on Rate Gain, please bring you and your animal to the makeup ring after the crossbred classes are over before we do the grand drive.
Market Animal champion will receive a boot bag sponsored by First Financial Bank.
Here's another class of very interesting steers. I mean, these are very intriguing when you look at them just in the way they're marked. Certainly it has some eye appeal for sure. The one I'm going to go ahead and start off with, I think that's the one that just has the most true muscle on the top side of his skeleton, drops it down into the biggest rib shape, most depth of body. Neither one of these steers are exactly as perfectly coordinated as they could be off their hind two. I'd like to see them both move out a little bit better, so it doesn't affect me as much using this one. He's the bigger, more powerful steer. He'll go ahead and win your class. Second one is a very, again, uniquely colored steer that I think is relatively balanced. You get him set up. I think he does have a really nice look up front. I'd like to give this one a little bit more. I'd like to give him more depth of body, see this rib shape develop a little more, give him some more muscle. So congratulations to those two.
Our champion AOB is Grace Dobby, and reserve is Zeke Dillon. We're ready for class 31 crossbred market animals. Yes, right after the market animal champions are picked, bring your rate of gain winners, you and the animal, to the show arena. It's a little different this year with rated game. We've always just had your members come in and you get a number and an award. This year, at least we're going to see what your animals look like. Put a number with that animal. Thank you.
two nice steers coming out here in the lightweight division. I think the one we're going to go ahead and start with, this is an extremely long body individual. He's got a length and extension up through his front 1/3 while still having plenty of muscle when you step in behind him. Relatively sound. Just a nice way to start off the crossbred division. This young man down here is doing an absolutely amazing job with his animal down here. Maybe just gets a little out horse today. Need to want that one to have a little more punch, a little more power. But man, he's doing a great job showing that thing. So congratulations to them. Let's give him a nice big round of applause.
Class 31, Kenzie Purvis first, Lane Jones second. Class 33, crossbred market animals, make your way to the makeup ring.
After that, we can just raise a game. Crosses a crossbred, don't we? We got another one.
No.
really nice classic commercial steers, and I think you got a lot of different types, kinds, colors, everything you can imagine out here. Steer that's going to lead off the class is just probably the most complete one. Is he perfect in terms of the way he utilized his legs? No, but I still think that one is probably one of the more flexible ones in the class. Tick moderate frame, but still big back, big rear end. So just a nice steer to start off that class. The one that's going to be second up here, the white steer, maybe just want to change the way that one's designed in terms of his front knee. Like to see it set back a little bit, make him a little more sound off his front end, but I still think that's a steer that's got a big top, big stifle down in him. Just like to see that one have a shot more structure, a little more depth of body as well. A nice black steer that's coming out, just gotten a little bit of a harder class. I think that's just a very complete steer. Nothing too flashy about him, but I think that's going to be a good fast steer for this individual in the future, so congratulations to him. Steer that's going to round out the class just maybe doesn't want to act the best today. Still a big frame type of steer that's got some muscle up high. Stepping behind him, he's still got some stifle, but unfortunately he's just probably the most unbalanced steer today. Just doesn't want to act the role of a show steer at all. So congratulations to those exhibitors.
For class 32 crossbred market animals, first place was Lula Webb. Second was Madison Smith. Third was Johnson Webb. And fourth was Abby Comer. Ready for class 33 crossbred market animals.
good class of heavier weight crossbred steers. I think the one that's going to start off is probably just as complete of a steer as we've seen today. I think he's extremely balanced. He's good fronted. Set him into motion. He's plenty flexible off either end of his skeleton. Then you get behind that one. He's still got plenty of width and power. Bounces it up high out of the backside of his shoulder. Still got plenty of shape up there. Still enough red meat. I'll go ahead and use him for your class. Steer that's back here, kind of questioning if that one had enough true muscle shape when you got in behind him, but I think he actually does. I think his biggest thing that's wrong with him, he's just super framey, so it's hard to fill in that frame with enough real meat and power, but I think he's still got plenty back there. I think this relatively sound individual. Young man gets him set up. He does offer a nice silhouette on the profile, so congratulations to that young man. The one running out the class, pretty cool colored steer, just isn't as coordinated off his rear too. Wants to get outside of his skeleton, doesn't make it as neat of a package when you set him on the profile, but still a nice fat steer. I think he's about getting to his prime as well. That one's just getting a little fat up top, not too bad for going to the packing house, but maybe just a little much for me today. So congratulations to you, good steer.
First place in class 33 market animals is Reagan Harrison. Second is Peyton Marshall, and third is Lane Scudder. We're ready for class 34 crossbred market animals.
Nice set of steers we got here, just a pair, but I think they're pretty good for their respective weights. I think this one up front just puts it together in a neater package for me. He's level on his design, he's balanced, he's sound enough on the move. If I was to change that one, I just like to clean him up in his front end ever so slightly, but for being a big fat steer, I can't fault him too much on that. That's just a nice one that the young lady's bringing out. The one coming in second, I think she said this one's weighing about 1620, which is pretty impressive in itself. And I think the way the cattle industry is going, we're going to have to start producing bigger steers. But unfortunately for me today, this one's just a little past his prime. I think this one's a little overdone. He's starting to carry a lot more fat on the top side of him compared to muscle, but still just a nice functional steer that's going to do good on the rails. So congratulations to those.
Class 34 placings, Madison Smith first, Kenzie Purvis second. Okay, we need all of first place crossbred steers. Class 31, we need Kenzie Purvis's steer. Class 32, Lulu Webb. Class 33, Reagan Harrison. And class 34, Madison Smith. Our grand champion crossbred market animal will receive a boot bag sponsored by Shelby Crop Insurance.
Oh. I'm gonna take it back to the ranking. It's all the same stuff for the buffalo soldiers, and that's what they all get for the breed. It's just different. We get green and brand and reserve. Okay. Okay.
Awfully nice set of commercial steers we have out here, and I think there's some differences in size, but I think there's some differences in quality too. I think you got a lot of different shapes, a lot of different sizes, but I'm not going to go through them, talk them again. I think there's one that hit me pretty hard in class. He's probably just the most complete steer that's super functional, gravitates towards me in terms of his show ring appeal. That's going to be the young lady out of third class. She'll be your champion. gets a little closer for reserve. I think you got some differences in the different classes. I think I'm just going to pick the one I'm a little more comfortable with in terms of their show appeal. True muscle on the top side of their skeleton, depth of body. That one in your second class will be a reserve. Yes.
Our champion crossbred is Reagan Harrison, and our reserve champion crossbred is Lula Webb. Now, we need some rate of gain. Caroline Harrison, Haley Stewart, Grace Nobby, Adeline Cruzman, Kirsten Cruzman. Hannah Fuel, Sam Cathy, Garrett Scudder, Sam Cathy, Brimley Doig, Grace Nobby, and Peyton Marshall. Bring you and your calf to the show arena for your awards for rate of gain. Oh, okay. Caroline Harrison has a 1.8 per day rate of gain. Haley Stewart has a 3.12. Kirsten Cruzman with her Kianina has a 2.3. Grace Nobby has a 3.8. Hannah Fuel has a rate of gain of 3.2. Sam Caffey's Red Angus has a 2.8.
Keep Grace back there. Keep Grace in her path back there.
This is Garrett Scudder with 2.8. Sam Cathy with his Shorthorn Plus at 2.6. Brimley Doig with her Simmental at 2.2. AOB Grace Nobby has a 2.6. And Peyton Marshall with a 3.5. Our grand champion rate of gain is Grace Nobby. Charlay. And reserve is Peyton Marshall with a crossbred at 3.5 pounds per day. Rate a Game winners received a new rope holders sponsored by Sport Leader Show Cattle for the Angus, the Charolais, the Keys, the Dairy Beef, Herefords, Angus, Shorthorn, Shorthorn Pluses, the Simmentals, and the AOB, and the Crossbreds. The Grand Champion, sponsored by Ethos Insurance and Risk Management Agent Beth Sharman, a banner, and Grand Champion will also receive a chair sponsored by Best Equipment. And Reserve, Rate a Game, a new water bucket sponsored by Seaman Milling Company. Yeah. Are you ready? Ready? Okay, we're ready for Grand Champion Market Animal. Market Heifer, Adeline Cruzman. Angus Market Animal, Haley Stewart. Charolais, Grace Nobby. Pianina, Kirsten Cruzman. Dairy Beef, Hannah Fuel. Red Angus. Sam Cathy. Shorthorn. Isabel Scudder. Shorthorn Plus. Also Sam Cathy. Brenda Doig with her Simmental. AOB Grace Nobby. And Crossbred Reagan Harrison. We've had, while the judge is sorting these out, we've had a couple ladies doing all the work for us here this afternoon. Decatur County 4-H Queen, Chloe Kramer, would you please stand? And Miss Decatur County, Ella Stromberg. Also, a big thank you to Shooty Excavating. You'll notice we have new breed champions cards. That was donated by Shooty Excavating.
I know it's getting hot out here and I don't want to keep these kids waiting all day. Just wanted to say thank you for having me. It's been an absolute privilege, and I think the kids in cattle have been absolutely tremendous all day. Let's give these young exhibitors a nice big round of applause. I think getting out here in the steer drive, it does get a little bit closer between, I'd say, about 3 or 4 of them. It's going to be a tough decision just to pick the top 2, but I think these have some differences in them, some different show ring appeal, maybe some soundness as well. Not going to talk them again. I just want to say thank you. Congratulations to all you exhibitors. I'll go get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Grand champion market animal exhibited by Adeline Kruzman.
We need the reserve market heifer.
Reserve market heifer.
Needs to come in. Lulu Webb. Is it Lulu?
Lulu Webb.
it's never going to do it today.
Before I go out and select your reserve, I just want to say a few quick thank yous again. Thank you to the ring help. You guys have been doing good all day, keeping these animals in line. Thank you for everyone organizing the event. You guys have done awesome, making sure everyone gets here on time and everything. And the kids have just been absolutely spectacular once again. So give them all one big round of applause. I'll go get your reserve.
Our reserve grand champion market animal is exhibited by Reagan Harrison. Our grand champion market animal received the rotating McCracken trophy and a replica of the trophy sponsored by Napoleon State Bank. The grand champion market animal banner was sponsored by Premier Ag Co-op, and the grand champion market animal bag was sponsored by Ethos Insurance and Risk Management. Reserve Grand Champion Market Animal received the table sponsored by Cox Livestock, and they also received the banner sponsored by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, Jake Maddox agent.
for all they've done with the beef members this year. Thank you, guys.